Sorry for the delay there. Let's get going. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we are going to be recreating a photograph in acrylic paint, one of the most famous photographs in American history. We are going to be looking at this photograph, the only agreed or authenticated photograph of the famous Western outlaw Billy the Kid. His real name was Henry McCarty. He used the aliases Kid Antrim and William H. Boney, amongst many others. But Billy the Kid is how he's known throughout history. And I've been a big fan, or not a big fan of Billy the Kid, but just of the story surrounding him and the mystery of whether he actually died or not. We're going to get all into that in this episode. So if you're joining us for the first time, let's look at the plan for today. What we're going to do is we're going to get the image on the canvas. I've done an outline that you can use for free. Then we're going to stain it. We're going to talk a little bit about the biography of Billy the Kid, and then we might do a little bit of underpainting, and then background, foreground. I'm going to try to do this painting almost entirely in, well, sepia. I was going to say black and white, but probably like black and browns and white. And I'm going to, yeah, so let's it's probably going to take me a while. I'd say if I can get this done under 4 hours, that would be great, even if I limit myself to chatting too much. So, of course, if you're watching for the first time, like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, take a photograph of the artwork you created, upload it to our Facebook group. And what, you've never heard of the Facebook group? The link's down below. Join the Facebook group, take a photograph of whatever you've uploaded or whatever you've created today or recently. And not this weekend, but the weekend after, we're going to do a special feedback bonus episode. So get your work in, get it up on the Facebook group so that I can give you feedback. And of course, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, as little as 50 cents, $1, $1 million, you know, anything you find in your couch, maybe a gold bars or something, feel free to use the PayPal link, Super Chat, send an e-transfer via email or an old-fashioned check in the mail. My email and all that contact info is on my website and on the Facebook group. All those links are down below. So let's get into it here. You guys have been very patient while I got everything set up today, and the chat is going wild. And some really interesting stuff I was reading in there that we'll touch on as we go through here. So, first step is to get the image onto the canvas. Now, we could just draw it out, and I did teach a whole 40-episode free drawing course here on YouTube, and many people have found that to be helpful. So if you want to learn how to draw, you could take that class. But if you're just wanting to learn how to paint, then feel free just to download the template. And let's show you where you can download this template. There's a link to a Dropbox folder for the Paint the News series. And if we scroll down here all the way to number 29, Billy the Kid, this is where these images are. Now, there might be another Billy the Kid painting we might do later this week. We'll see if I can squeeze time in. But anyway, so for right now, there's 3 files. So you have the original image and then 2 versions, or the same. We have the original, and then we have the outline that I did using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. And so you can just download this onto your desktop, print it out on your inkjet, laserjet printer, and whether you have it at home or at work, or you put it on a USB stick and go somewhere and get it printed, and just on regular pieces of paper, you've got that. Let's show you how we can move on to the next step. So what we're going to do is I'm going to paint at least on a 9 by 12 inch canvas panel or canvas board, however you want to call it. Now these ones I've ordered off Amazon. I like these. I think they're a little bit thicker, more robust, probably more archival, suitable for a painting you kind of care about. And you buy like 20 of them for 50 bucks, something like that. So they come out to like $2.50 a canvas, and they're better than the ones you get at the dollar store for $1. They're twice as much, but I think they're like 10 times the quality. Because the ones from the dollar store, not surprisingly, are cheaply made, and I have used them many, many times. But anyway, I then take it out of the plastic, I sand it down, I apply some white acrylic gesso on top of that, and then sand it down again. And that gives me a really nice, smooth surface. You know, I just love touching these surfaces after they've been prepared. And when we're doing a painting like this, it's got, you know, especially a lot of detail maybe in the face. The smoother the canvas is, the more you'll appreciate it later on when you get to the detail phase. Okay, so let's tape this down. Pascal made a great comment there in the chat. Did you see the fingers in there? And I was like, what? What are you talking about? And you see these little fingers holding the curtain back there? I think that's awesome. Great, very perceptive. Great job, Pascal. Okay, so now I've taped that down. And I'm going to use some carbon transfer paper here. Now, it's actually graphite transfer paper that I'm using. And you can get this at your local art supply store. You can order it off Amazon. There's a link in the description below. You can also get them at your fabric stores, because that's how often people transfer fabric onto or a pattern, sorry, onto fabric before they start cutting it up. And so, you know, there's a bunch of these wrinkles and stuff. I'm not sure how much attention I want to pay to that. So I'm just going to go right to the clothing here. Yeah, all these little fingers. This is usually what, you know, I'd often use the underpainting process for, just to kind of keep those details visible. And I have spent the past like week doing an inordinate amount of research on the story of Billy the Kid, and created this little spreadsheet trying to track his movements down. And because that's the way that I seem to kind of learn about histories. I need to kind of see a visual and geographical representation of things. Otherwise I just get confused. So I'll see if I can help people with similar minds understand this story. It's not the most complex story, but I think where it got confusing for me is there are lots of characters involved, and people also switching sides, and some of the locations have been renamed over the past 100 years or so. And so, and of course, so much of the story of Billy the Kid is kind of contested, to the point where the kind of climax of the story, the death of Billy the Kid, is contested, and some people claim that he never died and that he lived all the way until the 1930s or 50s, depending on who you think may actually be Billy the Kid. So we'll get into all of that as we go. There's his pistol. So what I'm doing when I do that is I might look down, let's say, at his feet. And I flip up and down. Oh, it looks like I got those. And then I start just sort of going further up. Looking at the hand. Yeah, well. Okay. Let's get this show on the road. Just a quick little cleanup. Like the whole gang is here today. This is like everybody's tuned in. There's Kathy, Lolly, Paula, Pascal. Who else? There's Sandra. Oh, look, Pascaline. Natalie. And I'll read some of these comments. And Renate Jope says, amazing to see you. I'm taking the classes for drawing from 3 years ago, and I love your spirit and work and teachings. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's move on to the next step here. So, okay. So our next step is to stain the painting with a little bit of color. And this is a step that artists have been doing since the Renaissance. I know not everybody does it today. You don't have to do it. You could skip it. I'm going to do it because I think it's helpful, especially if you're a beginner painter. I think it makes a painting look a little bit more professional. But maybe before I go into that, let's just talk about the colors and the palette. So typically what I use here is what we call split primary palette. That means we take the so-called primary colors, red, yellow, and blue, and we split each of them in half so that we got 2 yellows, 2 blues, 2 reds. Because each color has a temperature. It's either warm or cool. And if you find warm and cool, the idea of color temperature to be confusing, just think of like some colors. The warmer colors tend to have they have orange-ish pigments, or literally orange pigment baked inside. And the cool colors have blue or kind of yellowish, greenish pigments baked into them. So they mix better together, like the cool colors, and the warm colors will mix better to get brighter results, more saturated colors. Now we are going to be painting a so-called black and white painting, so we could just use black paint and white paint and do this entire painting with black and white, and that would work just fine. I would actually say, though, that in some ways that could make your life more difficult. What I'm going to be doing is I'm still going to be using the split primary palette, and I'm going to make my own black paint. So that involves using basically a third of warm red, third of cool blue, and a third of yellow, cool yellow. We mix those together, and they cancel each other out, and we get a black. Now, it's not going to be perfect black. It's going to be kind of a dark gray, because most of the paints, especially cheaper paints like the paint that I'm going to use, has a little bit of titanium white mixed in as a filler to make it more opaque, which drives me crazy, but that's just what you get what you pay for, right? So I'm using this brand Amsterdam by Royal Talons, a Dutch company, and I'm not sponsored, not paid by anybody at any time ever, except for your generous support, which is why I'm always grateful for the people who are donating through PayPal and the Super Chat, etc. I just think that this is probably your best bang for the buck in terms of quality to price. So I'm about to use this Azo Yellow Deep to do my Imprimatura, but you could use purple or pink or green, whatever you like. Traditionally, artists would use a rusty reddish brown, probably because it resembled the wood panels that they used to paint on before they moved to canvas. So more expensive, higher quality paint would be golden. So this is about twice the price for 1/3 of the amount of paint. We have Liquitex, Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft from Michael's Art Supplies, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Daler-Rowney, Fevicryl, Nova Color, Chroma Color. Museum Color, unfortunately, has maybe a little bit more titanium white mixed in than I'd prefer, and I think it just really, it frustrates me because I just can't do what I want paint to be able to do, such as mixing my own black. So it's not ideal for the split primary palette. So let's get some of this paint out onto the palette here. Sometimes I just glance at the chat and I'm like, I am clearly missed some kind of conversation. What are you guys talking about? So here I've just squeezed my warm yellow out onto the canvas, and I've put about, I don't know, 40% to 40% water to 60% paint in there. This is the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic, although I have in the past. In the very, very first painting course I did here on YouTube, I did use actually a lot of water, just because I know a lot of people use water. So my thinking at the time was like, well, let's sort of show people how to use maybe the materials they have. And then I think, and that, you know, there's still a lot of people who paint along to those episodes, even people who've been painting along to these episodes. But then I kind of I was like, you know what, maybe I'm just teaching people bad habits here. Maybe we should use the proper materials, or at least, you know, what I think maybe more professional artists, other teachers would suggest, which instead of using water, we use like something like matte medium or gloss medium, to thin the paint down, to make it more fluid. So those episodes are still there. You know, we did all sorts of famous paintings, and so it turns out, you know, it's not going to, there's no law against putting water into your paint, but it's just, I think there's alternative methods that are superior. Right? It's like when I make macaroni and cheese, at least when I was a poor, starving art student living in New York City, I used water instead of milk to activate the cheese powder. And that's certainly not what the instructions on the box say, but I did it anyway, and I'm still alive. I think I lost a lot of weight while I was out there. That's a great diet. Half a box of macaroni and cheese for dinner. So you know, anytime an artist hears there's a way to do something or there's rules, they go, yeah, that's not, I'm not listening to that advice. So I'm sure there's a lot of people using water just to spite me, so I don't mind. Go right ahead. Wally says, we love your techniques, never change, Michael. Okay, so let's, you know what, maybe before I do that, let's move. I'm just gonna put my paint on the palette so that that's ready to go as soon as I'm done blabbing on about the history behind this artwork. So, you know, I was seeing there was a discussion in the chat, like, what paints do you think we're going to be using today? Do you think we're going to use the whole palette or just a couple of colors? And you know, I literally right at this moment, I don't know. Which is generally why I suggest to put as much paint on your palette as toothpaste on your toothbrush. Now, you're probably like, wow, this guy brushes, maybe he's got really big teeth. Or maybe he also, once he finishes brushing his teeth, he brushes an elephant in the backyard or something. Also, it's this where I in my studio right now. It's got to be like plus 25 degrees Celsius or something in here. It is warm. So that's also going to speed up the drying time of paint, which can cause all sorts of frustrations. So I recommend using less paint. Now, again, I did squeeze more out there, but that's also because these tubes are some, or at least that blue is low on paint, so I just squeezed it out. So basically, just whatever I do, do the opposite of. So if you see me doing something, just go, yeah, okay, he's probably doing it wrong. So, okay, let's get the paint out of the way. Let's bring the painting back. Pascal says, who remembers the name for the metallic device used for paint? So this is called the tube ringer with a W, made by the Gill? Is that, it's covered in paint. I think that's a Gill mechanical company in Eugene, Oregon. Oh yeah, Gill. Yeah, there we are. So the tube ringer. I think, you know, I bought this probably 20 years ago at an art supply store down in Los Angeles. I'm sure you can order them online. And I bet you something like this is, it wouldn't surprise me if they charge you like 30, 40 bucks or something like that, even though I'm sure you could probably manufacture something cheaper and sell it for $1 at the dollar store, but that's the thing with art supplies. Don't they always make it more expensive than they need to be? Pascal says, he said to paint the opposite. I'll have to do a negative version. Okay, so, you know what? I'm going to blow dry that too, just so that I don't waste any time. Give me 1 sec. Okay. I was just contemplating doing a stain over top of this. Let me just... Would that be a good idea to do now, so I can let that dry? Yes, it probably would be. Okay, so let me think here. So what I want to do is apply sort of, and I could just skip this and sort of blend this into the Imprimatura. Again, one of the reasons why I like doing the yellow and then this color is it's just, the more and more it's just getting a smoother and smoother surface as I'm adding more paint that's filling up those little pockets, the weave of the canvas. You know, like I always use the example of, like, you know, buttering a waffle versus buttering a pancake. It's easier to butter a pancake, you need less butter, versus if you're buttering a waffle, all that butter just gets caught in the first few pockets of the waffle. So that color, let's do a cool brown. So let's take a bit of cool red, a bit of cool blue. That's probably maybe a little much. Maybe I'll use my cool, well, I'll put some cool yellow in here. So let's just, yeah, That's a little bit much. Sorry, that wasn't even on camera that whole time. Okay. Well, let's look at these side by side. So if I paint this right now onto that surface, it is going to basically obliterate everything because there's a lot of white there. It doesn't seem like there's a lot, but white is such a strong color. So I'm going to add some matte medium. Matte medium is just clear acrylic paint, right? So it's going to make this paint a little bit more transparent so that I can still see my pencil lines through the next layer here. And so just barely made enough here. Okay. Oops. So we'll see as this dries how it changes. Maybe let's just hit with the blow dryer just so we can see. I'm expecting more of that yellow to come through, which may or may not be frustrating. We'll see. I mean, obviously the color, it's more vibrant than the image there on the left. If I had added more white and maybe even a bit more red in there, I think I would have been closer to the original. Or at least on camera. It's actually a little bit closer to that in person down here. But I'm not so bothered. Okay, yeah, I'll just take one quick look. It actually didn't change as much as I thought. I thought that yellow would be a little bit stronger. But yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly clean this brush and we'll move on here. There are people asking about the tube ringer and if there's a cheaper version of it. I mean, often, like, let's see, I've got some, you could do things like take a tube of paint and just kind of put it right up against the table. Oops. Kind of like this, and then go like that to kind of squeeze all the paint down to the bottom. Right, that would also work. I often will take the tube and just sort of roll it like a toothpaste tube. The difference is this is what, specifically made for this kind of exercise, and it gets almost every last little drop of paint out of there. And maybe it's because I'm cheap. I want to get every last drop of paint possible out of there. I also just think I'm like, if I bought it, and sometimes it's really surprising how much paint stays in that tube of paint. Like, even if you don't squeeze it all out, just cut open the end and you'll see that you've got enough paint in there, probably, like, after you're not able to squeeze anymore, you've got enough paint left in there for at least one more painting. So it's a good idea just to do a quick little double check. If you're going to throw the tube of paint away anyway, then there's no worry about what happens to the tube once it gets cut open, right? Okay. Oops. Here we are. So, let's take a look at the fascinating story of Billy the Kid. So, I have been fascinated by this story really since the late 1980s. When I was, 11 years old, a movie came out called Young Guns, starring Emilio Estevez and Charlie Sheen and Kiefer Sutherland and Lou Diamond Phillips, and there's a bunch of other kind of young Hollywood actors who were kind of all big at the time. And it, John Bon Jovi, I think it was John Bon Jovi at the time, had wrote the soundtrack. And so it was kind of, and even if you haven't seen the film, I'm sure you've heard some of the Bon Jovi songs that were anyway. That movie came out when I was kind of at a very impressionable age. And so literally the friend that I went and saw the movie with, he was also such a big fan that he named his dog Billy, and then 20 years later has named his son Billy as well. So you can imagine this movie played a big part in our childhood. It's one of those kind of on my bucket list of things to do, is to do a road trip, go down to New Mexico and visit some of the sites that we're going to talk about today. And especially after immersing myself in this history over the past few days, it's like, there's no question that this is more and more something that I want to do. So where should we start here? So Henry McCarty is born probably most likely on September 17th, 1859. And if you believe the story, dies on July 14th, 1881 at the age of 21 years old. So he really was a kid. His sort of life of crime begins about the age 15, and so it's really the last 6 years of his life where he's the outlaw as we know him today. So people may not realize that the Henry McCarty, as he was, we're pretty sure that's who Billy the Kid was born in New York City, and he his father passed away when he was young. I couldn't find the exact age, but his father passes away, and so his mother and the younger brother, Joseph McCarty, Billy the Kid's younger brother, who's I think but 2.5, 3 years younger than Henry, they move. They do a kind of a series of moves, and let me just show you my little spreadsheet I created here for. So, he's baptized September 28th, 1859, in Church of St. Peter in New York City. His brother was born 1863. The father passes away, and so I'm not exactly sure when. But the mother takes her two sons. They move briefly to Indianapolis, Indiana, and then within a few months later move to Wichita, Kansas. And when they're there, did they meet? Okay, so Billy the Kid's mother and his younger brother, they move to Indianapolis, Indiana, and when they're there, she meets Billy the Kid's mother meets a man called William Henry Harrison Antrim. And William Antrim and Billy the Kid's mother are married. They get married in Santa Fe. So they're basically, Billy the Kid's father passes away. The family moves to Indiana. She meets another fellow who was a gold, silver prospector. He was a guy that wanted to strike it rich in one of the mines out west. So he convinces the whole family to move out west to New Mexico with him. So the whole family moves out to Santa Fe, and on March 1st, 1873, they get married in the first why is that Presbyterian? Why cannot pronounce that name? Anyway, they get married in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and this fellow that Billy the Kid's mother married was kind of like a kind of absent father, basically father figure, who by all accounts was either not there or kind of a bit of a mean fellow, and didn't really pay much attention to the children at all, who Billy the Kid would have been 12, 13 or so years old. And so Billy kind of was a neglected child, and his younger brother were neglected children, and didn't really have a loving household besides their mother. And when his mother passes away on September 16th, 1874, it's sort of like a calamitous event for the two siblings, because as soon as Atrim's wife and Billy the Kid's mother dies, Atrim basically abandons the family. He's like, well, the only reason I was here was because of your mother, and now that she's gone, you guys are out, get out. And so he takes off, disappears. I don't think anything's ever heard from him afterwards. And I'm sure while he was alive, if he ever heard of what became of Billy the Kid, he probably wanted absolutely nothing to do with him, and didn't want to take any responsibility for the crimes that Billy the Kid would go on to commit. So he's sort of now a footnote in history. So basically, from about the age of 14, 15, Billy the Kid, or Henry McCarty, as he was known as a child, becomes homeless. He's wandering the streets of Silver City, New Mexico, which is where they had kind of settled. Silver City was where there was a silver mine, and starts getting himself into trouble, as you would expect a orphaned preteen kid to do. There's not a lot of stuff to do when you're a young kid in a small mining town. You're not, probably allowed to go into the mine. It's like you're kicking rocks down the street. So He gets himself into a few little scrapes of the law. He steals some food on, I think it was September 16th, 1875. 10 days later, he robs a Chinese laundry and is arrested. And I don't think he'd probably ever been arrested, and he is kind of terrified. And probably the police at the time probably tried to scare him a little bit, like, oh, you're going to go away for the rest of your life, maybe we're going to hang you off of that tree. Whatever it was, Billy the Kid was just mortally terrified and thinks maybe this is it, I better get out of town. So he escapes jail, which is really what, like the beginning of many escapes that Billy the Kid does over the course of his life. He becomes sort of known for escaping jail. Now, as one of the things I looked up is like, why is it so easy to get out of jail back in the Old West? Like, how does somebody manage to escape so many times? Well, the later escapes are much more daring and violent. There's shootouts and all sorts of stuff. But as the research I was able to uncover is that sometimes, in these small western towns, they only have, the jails are quite small if there's a dedicated jail space at all. Sometimes it's there's a back room in the post office where they might lock up the mail bags, and if there's a criminal there, they kind of hold them overnight, lock them up in that room. And, you've got to feed this person, you've got to, protect them, because sometimes there's mobs trying to get at. So there's this kind of, I think, kind of an unwritten rule that what you might do is sort of just let them out at night and say, get out of town. You are not wanted here anymore. And if you don't get out of town, then I'm going to shoot you, or I'm going to tell the mob that you're here, and they're going to take care of you. So whatever happens, this becomes kind of a reoccurring theme where he kind of manages to escape from these different cells that he's put in. So he takes off, and because he takes off, he basically becomes officially an outlaw. So that might have also been another technique that, some of these small town deputies, sheriffs might have had, is that they can say to the criminal, like, I'll let the door open and you get out. Don't tell anybody I let you out. And as soon as they're gone, they telegraph, the bigger city, and they say, we've had a kid or a jailbird or escaped here, and then they round up a posse and they go and they kill them, right? And then that just solves everybody's problems. So there's needless to say, the justice system in the Wild West is dubious. There's what do they call that, like frontier justice kind of thing. And so basically he takes off, and he is now sort of begins really for the remainder of his life, he's now kind of on the run, and he's sort of drifting from one place to another. One of the things I've been trying to do over the past while is trying to really track down dates and times and locations, and I was going to try to make a Google map kind of, but it's wild because it sort of goes back and forth, and it seems like Billy the Kid was what would you say, a creature of habit, in that when he managed to escape from the various different prisons that he was sentenced to or confined in, he, rather than just sort of taking off and going as far away as possible, going to San Francisco, going down to Mexico, going up to Canada, as other outlaws did at the time, he would just sort of get out of town for a little while and then come back and get himself in trouble and then take off and kind of come back. So there's a lot of this sort of circular or going into the mountains nearby, and it's. So that is one of the things that has made it hard for me just historically to try to understand the story of Billy the Kid, because it's not like he goes from this town and then goes far away to this town and then further on to this town, and it's like this linear thing. it's often kind of back and forth, you know, all in this same sort of... So, in fact, let's just sort of look a little bit at this map here. So, here's New York City. This is where Henry McCarty is originally from. And then they go west. And go to Indianapolis. And keep on going through Oklahoma. Right, this would have, you can imagine this would have been quite the journey back in the day. You know, if you're traveling all the way across the United States, there might have been some train lines operating along some of these routes, but really, especially to some of these more isolated places, you're getting on a horse, you're on a wagon, going across the country. So he obviously came with his mother and his stepfather all the way out here to New Mexico. And I'll just zoom back out briefly here. So we have New Mexico, close to the Mexican border, which again, as far as I know, he never went into Mexico. So, you know, which would have probably been the safest route for him to get away from the law, but he just couldn't help himself. I think he... Being a kind of a younger person, he probably was, you know, brash and arrogant and thought maybe he could get away with a bunch of stuff, but he probably was also a little bit scared, and he only knew really this small area around Santa Fe and southern New Mexico, and the idea of just going to somewhere completely different probably just was way outside of his comfort zone. He also had friends in and around this area. So, let's see. Where's Santa Fe? How come I can't? Where's... Let's just put... Yeah, okay, there I did have it. Okay, so that's originally where he comes with his mother into Santa Fe, New Mexico, kind of northeast of Albuquerque. And for whatever reason, I don't think there's any mention of him spending any time in Albuquerque. Maybe because Albuquerque was a bigger city. There's probably American military stationed there. So if you're an outlaw, you probably want to steer as clear as possible of places where there might be more serious, more armed law enforcement, right? So he comes up here to Santa Fe, New Mexico. And then the family moves down here. Where's... Let's go to Silver City. Okay, so this is where the family then settles, right here, which is kind of close to the Arizona border here. And that's where his mother passes away, and his stepfather abandons the children. And so Billy the Kid takes off, and he goes, I believe he goes east. Let me just see here. Sorry, I guess he goes west. So let's so he goes all the way out here into Arizona, and he spends actually a couple of years here. So probably from about the age of 16, 17, maybe like probably late 17s. He spends time just sort of working as like a ranch hand, doing odd jobs. There's quite a big need for cowboys back in the day. This is kind of before you have fences everywhere that keep animals from wandering. And one of the things that ranch hands would do would be to rustle up cattle and to herd them around the desert and the plains, moving from one location to another. And you'd have maybe tens of thousands of cattle grazing, and they're eating a lot of food, so you have to kind of keep them moving so they could go find a new patch to feed off of. And you've got to be sometimes those cows wander off, and so you got to keep them in the pack, because otherwise once one wanders off, more wander off. And there's also wolves at night and other predators, and also you have human beings that other outlaws who are on the run, who are going to prey on the cattle and kill one and eat one. You have Native Americans who are not happy with the expansion of white colonial settlers into the area, who are occasionally doing raids on the ranchers and cowboys. So obviously the more ranch hands that you have, probably the safer everybody is, and the more money that a rancher stands to make, because there's less animals dying needlessly, or being poached by strangers sort of picking off. Because again, when you think of like 30,000 cows wandering together, I mean, that is, you're talking like a size of like maybe 10-20 football fields inside, so kind of like the size of like downtown Vancouver, or maybe half the size of Manhattan, like a huge expanse of territory that you need to kind of be mindful of. So one guy on a horse can only do so much. So anyway, he's able to kind of move from kind of job to job to job. And people back then are not checking ID. People don't really have ID. People, the news travels very slow. So it's not like, some guy shows up on your property and asks for a job, and you can just punch their name into Google and find out that they're wanted for murder or whatever in the next town or county over. You just have to look them up and down and, maybe search them for any knives or guns. And if they look like they're not going to kill you, then you hire them, right? And even if they are kind of a little sketchy, you're kind of like, well, maybe they're going to be able to protect me from even worse elements when we're out there in the middle of nowhere. So anyway, he spent some time out there in Arizona, and then let me see. So the first kind of big incident in Billy the Kid's career as a criminal, besides the small petty crimes that he did back in Silver City, which kind of put him on the run to begin with, after his mother died, was depending on who you talk to, the murder of Frank Cale, or the justified homicide in self-defense of this blacksmith in this small town of the settlement of Bonita near Camp Grant. So basically, Billy the Kid was being constantly bullied by this local blacksmith who would spit on him and slap him. He used to make fun of him, calling him a pimp. According to the story, at one point Cale jumps on top of him and is just like slapping Billy the Kid, and Billy the Kid manages to grab his pistol or Cahill's pistol, shoot him in the stomach, and Cahill dies I think he dies a couple days later. But obviously that is, puts him on the map. Now he's really in trouble. But again, one of the crazy things is that he takes off, but just a couple days later he comes back. And so he comes back and he's immediately arrested. So there's probably, during the time where he's fled, they're organizing a posse to go find him. And then, what do you know? Billy the Kid rides back into town, right? So, which, as I said, this is sort of a repeating pattern for this young fellow, is that for whatever, when they say like criminals often return to the scene of the crime, Billy the Kid should be the photo in the textbook or the dictionary of such a criminal, because he just can't seem to help himself but to come back to places where he has just run from. But despite the fact that he's arrested, he later escapes from that jail. And again, I'm not sure exactly what the circumstances are that he managed to get out, but he escapes. And now he's on the run, and this is where he first assumes the alias of William H. Boney. And that, that name, I'm not even sure where he picks up that name, but that's also created all sorts of confusion as to what the real identity of Billy the Kid is, because he had a bunch of these aliases, and that's not, again, unusual. So now he's on the run for a short period of time. We're talking like maybe a week. He falls in with a kind of gang of older criminals, and but that doesn't last very long. He also encounters some Native Americans while riding through the Guadalupe Mountains, and they steal his horse, and he has to kind of walk on foot through the desert until he gets to Fort Stanton. So he arrives in Fort Stanton, and he's basically starving and near death, and he spends some time where, you know, he's kind of nursed back to health by one of the mothers of another gang, the Jones gang. So, you know, you can see that he's now firmly the circle that he's keeping is on the wrong side of the law. But as we'll see here very soon, the law in these parts of the United States is in quotations, because there's a lot of pressure on these small town sheriffs to do the bidding of the wealthier people who may have founded the town, who own the mining rights, or the large ranchers in town, and so it's pretty sketchy. You know, a great TV series I highly recommend is the now it just escaped me. What is the name? Oh, that HBO. Oops. Deadwood. So if you've never seen Deadwood, this is one of my favorite shows of all time. Deadwood. You got to watch that. I think it's like 2 seasons long, and then kind of there's a movie. I haven't actually seen the movie, but so he's this is also where the first time where he's written about in a newspaper, where now, you know, there's wanted posters and stuff sort of appearing for having, you know, killed Cahill, and so he's now officially a criminal. So kind of by fortune, he sort of falls in with a group of ranch hands on the ranch of John Chisholm. And Chisholm has a fellow named Tunstall, I think it's John Tunstall, who's sort of managing the property. And they're, again, ranch hands that are kind of taking care of all these animals. And one of the things that John Tunstall does is gives Billy the Kid a horse and a gun, and this is, you know, many accounts say this is the first time anybody's done anything really nice for this kid in his whole life. So he's like age 18 or so right now. He's a scrappy kid who's been fighting for every bit of food and warmth for the past 3 or so years. Was rejected by his stepfather. Who knows whatever happened to his younger brother by this point? I've never heard of the two of them traveling or meeting up or anything. So when Tunstall sort of takes the young Billy the Kid under his wing, Billy the Kid returns the favor by becoming super loyal to this man. John Tunstall, I think, was only like 21 years old himself. He was a young fellow from England who was quite well read, and so taught Billy the Kid how to. Well, some people believe that he taught Billy the Kid how to read and write, and so there's a lot of affection between these two men. Tunstall also, and this is also quite well documented in the movie Young Guns, which sounds kind of funny, but in my research I found that apparently that movie Young Guns from 1988 is one of the most factually accurate depictions of the life of Billy the Kid, having been committed to film. It sounds surprising. You'd think it would, being a kind of a sensational Hollywood movie starring kind of like the Brat Pack of the time, it would be full of inaccuracies, and there are some, but it's actually quite accurate. So in that quite nicely depicts the treatment of Billy the Kid under the tutelage of Tunstall. Anyway, this is kind of where things kind of start kind of really spiraling out of control, because there's Tunstall has opened up a store in the town of Lincoln, New Mexico, and basically he opens this store right across the street from another store, and the people that he opens the store in front of, let's see if we can go down to the... Okay, so here's the Tunstall Store and Museum in Lincoln, and Tunstall, I think, was, he was kind of this nice English fellow who I think thought, that I think he thought better of human nature than maybe existed in this frontier space. But just down the street here was another store. By I think this is the Dolan family, which is another kind of wealthy family in the neighborhood here. And these people were not happy with this young English guy opening up a store, taking on all of these young, maybe rough around the edges kids, and hiring them to do work on his ranch, which was kind of east near Roswell, New Mexico, where the space aliens maybe landed. And we did a couple episodes about space aliens a while ago. In fact, let's just... so basically, what ends up happening is the Dolan gang are, they become the arch nemesis of Chisholm and Tunstall. So I just want to show you. You can see how kind of far some of these distances are. So here's where the Chisholm ranch was, all the way out in Roswell, and so often, Chisholm and Tunstall would kind of ride back and forth. They might have their cows, ride some of them into Lincoln, and they'd be slaughtered and sold for meat and stuff in the town. But the Dolan gang basically wanted a monopoly on everything in the area, including the animals and the ranching. So in this area right here, and there's... Oops. Okay. So it's in this this little kind of town, or there probably wasn't even really a town. It would have been like maybe a couple of shacks. This is where the Dolan gang guns down Tunstall, and also during that that Billy the Kid observes the murder of Tunstall, and that just inflames Billy the Kid. He is just, because again, Tunstall's really the only person who's been nice to the young man throughout his life, the short time that they've met one another, and seeing this man sort of needlessly murdered over really something very petty. Billy the Kid basically swears that he is going to kill each and every one of those people that has killed his mentor. And that is basically what they call the what do they call it? The Lincoln County War. And I mean, it becomes like a war. You have, all these ranch hands on both sides attacking one another. They are ambushing one another. The deputy of Lincoln was also, he was kind of allied with the Dolan family, and they he's gonna kill Billy the Kid and anybody else associated with Tunstall and Chisholm. And instead, Billy the Kid and his compatriots, that they sort of round up a group of people in Lincoln who are upset with what happened to Tunstall. They ambush and kill the sheriff of Lincoln, right? So again, that also ups the ante. Maybe that policeman was corrupt, but he's still a policeman, and you kill a cop, the seriousness of your crimes now just goes through the roof. It's so now the what do they say? Now the stakes have been raised dramatically. And one of the things that the governor of New Mexico does is he tries to to call a truce. There's meetings. The army is brought in to try to defuse the situation. It just keeps on going on and on. There's various different, somebody gets murdered on one side, somebody gets murdered on the other side. Billy the Kid, meanwhile, seems to magically escape many attempts at his life. Some of them are just so dramatic that for me to even just sort of there's times where they're trapped in houses, and there are the whole house literally is surrounded from all edges, and people are firing into the house, and Billy the Kid manages to escape by running out the front door, guns ablaze, people are shooting at him, his friends running behind him are shot, but Billy the Kid manages to escape. And so this is really how the myth of Billy the Kid being this kind of mythical, heroic figure seems to emerge, because it's like, how on earth does someone manage to escape from a small little house the size of like a shed that is just being ripped apart by gunfire? Everybody else dies except this kid. How does that even happen? How does he even get by the people shooting at him? It's just remarkable, right? So obviously that also starts appearing in newspapers not only in New Mexico, but out west in San Francisco, out east, all the way out to New York City, all the way out to England. I mean, the legend of Billy the Kid is born. And it's also around this time that the name Billy the Kid is first created. Probably because he might have been using his stepfather's name, because he at some point called himself the Kid Antrim, or William Antrim. And so, that might have been his own way of sort of getting back at his stepfather for abandoning him. He's like, well, you know what? I'm going to take my stepfather's name, and maybe that will come back to bite him one day. Maybe he'll be trying to do something, get on a train somewhere. Someone will be like, are you the William Antrim? Put your hands up, and there'll be a shootout, and he'll die. And so I imagine Billy the Kid was probably thinking, this is probably, one way that I could get back at that guy for abandoning myself and my younger brother. Although I guess Billy the Kid abandoned his own brother as well, so he's not much better. Anyway, so maybe that's the source of where Billy the Kid comes from. William, or Billy being kind of short for William, and so, and the Kid Antrim is eventually just shortened down to the Kid. Probably the newspapers had a big part in kind of finding the catchy names and amplifying, exaggerating many of the stories of that surround this whole series of incidents. There's basically, but now there's just, it's, this whole area is now just kind of has collapsed into chaos. You have literally a war going on between these different factions, and the people caught in between often have to make a decision, and sometimes those people, ally to one group, and then the other group rides into town, and people get shot over that. So there's a lot of people living in fear at this time. And Billy the Kid is sort of glorified as being this hero, but I just think that there's probably, it's like, I was just thinking, just what pops into my mind is, my daughter and I were at the beach the other day, and here in Vancouver, there's, a number of, there's a lot of people living on the streets, and they often go to the beach to shower, basically, in the ocean. And some of those guys are pretty sketchy fellows. And, I kind of feel like that's probably the kind of guy Billy the Kid was, and the kind of fellows he traveled with. People who drink a lot, fight a lot, curse a lot, kill a lot, steal, and are, they're, extremely selfish and really just looking out for themselves, and they're they don't really put a high price on human life and dignity. And so, as much as Billy the Kid is sort of remembered as this kind of mythical outlaw and as this kind of cute, young, handsome guy, I think you'd probably want to do your best to avoid him. And people later on capitalizing, selling stories about, I met Billy the Kid, or I had drinks with Billy the Kid. Probably a lot of those people were hiding behind closed doors, peering through curtains, and then once the dust cleared, and the journalists came by paying people for stories, all of a sudden those stories become really elaborate about how they stayed up all night talking with Billy the Kid, playing cards, and, oh, look, he slept in this bed, and I'll sell you the bed sheets for $50. And anyway, I do want to get to painting. Oh my goodness, I've been talking for a long time. So I'm just super fascinated by it. So eventually, let me just skip a bunch of stuff here. One of the things that happens is, very famously in Lincoln, the house, the store of the Dolan group here becomes the courthouse for Lincoln County, and Billy the Kid is arrested, thrown in jail here, tried for murder, convicted. He's going to be hanged. They're building the scaffold for his execution right outside of his second-story window of his cell. And somehow Billy the Kid finds a gun. It's supposed that maybe somebody hid a gun in the bathroom, and Billy the Kid goes to the bathroom, and there's a struggle on the stairs, and this young policeman is shot and killed, and Billy the Kid runs out and sees the other policeman who was guarding him, who I think had run out first to get some lunch. And I think, as far as I remember too, as Billy the Kid is sort of getting ready to head out of town, people are kind of gathering and watching, and Billy the Kid is yelling kind of wildly, like, I am gonna avenge the death of Tunstall, and anybody who stands in my way, I'm gonna kill y'all. And you could, and again, you just imagine, like, whoa, okay, this is like, things are out of control here. Like, this guy's not even, making, he's in no hurry to run out of town. He's gonna stand here and lecture everybody before he goes. So, a former friend of Billy the Kid, Pat Garrett, is sort of deputized as a sheriff, and agrees to go after Billy the Kid and arrest him, bring him to justice, because things are now just so out of control. And Billy the Kid is arrested, well, there's a number of incidents where he, again, manages to get away. Billy the Kid corners him in Fort Sumter, which is right up here. There's kind of a shootout, and one of Billy the Kid's best friends is shot. And yet again, Billy the Kid manages to escape from this house that's under siege. And one of the Billy the Kid's bad habit of leaving and coming back to the scene of the crime bites him one more time, because once again, instead of just riding off into the sunset and disappearing over the Mexican border or riding up to Canada, he decides a couple of weeks later to come right back to the same place in Fort Sumter. And Pat Garrett, who's been sort of tracking him around that area, hears the news that Billy the Kid is nearby. And in the kind of the middle of the night, both parties are sort of converge on this one house. Billy the Kid is sort of staying kind of nearby at another house with a woman that he's managed to meet, and he kind of sneaks back to the house of Maxwell. What's his name? Basically, I think there was some like meat hanging on the porch that was like dried like pemmican or something, right? And so he's going to come and take a few pieces of basically beef jerky and go back to bed. And he's got his pistol in one hand and a knife to carve out some meat, and he's on his way to do that while Pat Garrett goes into the house and sits on the edge of the bed of this Maxwell fellow, and he's talking to him, saying like, "Do you know where Billy the Kid is? I heard he's in the neighborhood." And what do you know? But Billy the Kid shows up literally at the entrance to the doorway and is talking to a couple of Pat Garrett's fellow deputies outside, and Pat Garrett turns and sees a silhouette of Billy the Kid backing into the bedroom, because Billy the Kid doesn't recognize who these people are that he's talking to in the moonlight. And Pat Garrett, he believes that that's Billy the Kid coming closer and closer to them on the bed. Pat Garrett pulls out the gun and pop, shoots him down. Now, most people say that's the end of the story, but there are many people who believe that Billy the Kid did not die that night. Even though, the people that were there saw his body and felt convinced enough that it was Billy the Kid, and he was buried in a grave in Fort Sumter. There were people who, very soon after believed that no, Billy the Kid, there's no way that, he's a guy that escaped death dozens and dozens of times. There's no way that he could just be shot in the middle of the night while he's getting a midnight snack. He must have escaped. Out of all the crazy things he's done that were so much more elaborate escapes, this is just too simple. It's impossible. Maybe Pat Garrett killed somebody else. So the kind of the most famous story that has been widely widely discredited, dismissed, is the claim of Brushy Bill Roberts, who came out in the 1940s and said that he was actually Billy the Kid. He claimed to be William H. Boney, who, again, was the alias for Billy the Kid. So the fact that he's even saying that was one of the things that led people to be like, well, don't you really know your own real name, right? But he said that he had gone back to a life free of crime and lived a long life. And so then he was petitioning the governor of New Mexico to pardon him. Because part of this whole story, again, there's so many details here that I haven't even gone on. But at one point, the governor of New Mexico literally met face-to-face with Billy the Kid. And there was an agreement that if Billy the Kid testified against this other gang who had killed another deputy, if they testified to that murder that Billy the Kid claims he saw, then he'll drop all the charges and let Billy free. And he'll pardon him for all the crimes. So there was this... So apparently Brushy Bill said, well, you know, so I should also say, so there was this pardon that Billy the Kid was promised in exchange for testifying. Billy the Kid held his word, testified, but the pardon never came, and Billy the Kid took off, committed other crimes after that, so there was... Brushy Bill was trying to get himself exonerated, or Billy the Kid exonerated for that crime, and the governor at the time just outright dismissed, like, this guy is just some fraud. Interestingly enough, like, even just a few years ago, there was still people petitioning for Billy the Kid to be pardoned for to receive the pardon that he was promised by the governor of New Mexico. But you know, I was reading an article just recently about this. Let me see. Bill Richardson, who was the New Mexico governor in 2010, was part of his election platform is he was going to pardon Billy the Kid once he got elected, but the surviving family members of the former governor and of Pat Garrett argued that, yeah, maybe you promised to give him a pardon, but he also went out and killed like 4 or 5 other people after he was released, so he's still a criminal. And so the fact that Bill Richardson said, well, now that I've sort of looked at the case a little bit closer, I've realized maybe it's not a good idea, and I'm just going to have to kind of, you know, let it go. And I think that it's possible that it comes up again, that they try to have Billy the Kid pardoned, but I think probably that ship has sailed. You know, probably another generation from now that thing will come up. There's so much information here that, you know, I've been talking for like an hour about this, and I still feel like I've touched just the beginnings. In Fort Sumter, you can go visit the grave of Billy the Kid. There's a museum, the Billy the Kid Museum. Oops. And let's see if we have... there's actually not a lot of memorabilia directly related to Billy the Kid, because this guy sort of lived on a horse for most of his life. He was relatively poor. It's not like he made millions of dollars and had all sorts of cars and things. So what survived that can be directly attributed to Billy the Kid is just small things like a hat, a pistol, a handgun, knife, you know, chipped paint from some of the locations where he may have lived, and little kinds of details like that. So, I mean, even like there's people who claim they've got locks of Billy the Kid's hair, and that they're gonna you know, bring him back from the dead like in Jurassic Park. But, and there's even, I was reading an article in Time magazine about how they want to try to do DNA test to see where Billy the Kid is buried, if he's in fact buried in the grave where he's supposed to be buried, or if he was buried afterwards, or maybe he's in Brushy Bill's grave. One of those problems, though, is that some of those graves back in the day, you know, were flooded and the bodies kind of moved around. The headstones were moved or stolen. Billy the Kid's headstone was stolen. That's a whole other series of stories. And so you might do DNA tests on some bones and some, but you might not even be testing Billy the Kid's DNA, because the same thing, they want to dig up his mother's grave. They're pretty sure they know where she's buried, but, or at least the cemetery where she's buried. It's just a massive headache to try to figure that out. So while I think it would be great, and probably at some point in history they will do something when the technology's there, but I just think it would probably be another 100 years before any of that, you know, those graves are dug up and there's any level of certainty at all brought to this matter. So I think it's a super fascinating story, but it's also, I think, high time that we get to this painting. I do want to mention really quickly that obviously there's the photograph that we're going to be working from. So this is the only one that's been officially authenticated as being of Billy the Kid. There is another photograph here. This is just a detail of it. This another photo. There's actually a documentary on. It was on like the Discovery Channel that talked about this photo. Some guy found this photo. Here's the original in like a thrift shop and bought it. And when the actual photograph of Billy the Kid sold for a couple of $1 million to one of the Koch brothers, who are big supporters of the ultra-right in the United States. Once that photo was sold, you know, everybody else who had old photos from the Old West in their basement that their grandparents gave them started going through those photos trying to see if maybe they've also got a photo of Billy the Kid that's worth millions of dollars. So anyway, there was a whole documentary on the Discovery Channel about this photograph, and these guys right here, this fellow there, is purported to be Billy the Kid, but of course the problem is there's a kind of a fold or a crack right in the middle of this guy's face, so determining if it's him or not is pretty tricky. There is another one that I just want to show you really quick, because potentially later this week I might try to do this photo. This is another photo that, when I was putting together these episodes, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago, was listed in the Wikipedia page as a confirmed photograph of Billy the Kid, and I notice it no longer is included in that Wikipedia page. So maybe it was agreed upon, and then now it's been rejected. Just like every other part of the story of Billy the Kid, there is no agreement. Okay, so let's move on here. Let's actually do this painting before it gets too late. So, do we want to do an underpainting for this episode? I think it would probably be a good idea to do a little bit of underpainting. So underpainting, there's many different definitions of this, and people use this word interchangeably for different techniques. So I think for my purpose here, what I've come to say as underpainting is that underpainting is like maybe defining certain important features that we might be afraid of losing under subsequent layers of paint, such as like the location of eyes and noses and fingers and that kind of thing. Because once the painting starts to get covered up with other things, you know, it might be hard to know exactly where to put them. So let's look at the painting here. And I think I'm going to do a little bit of that right again as on the hands and face. So let's mix some paint. I'm going to mix a black, but I'm also going to, all my blacks are going to be a little bit more on the brown side of things. Okay. So let's take some cool blue, cool yellow, and warm red. And let's mix this up here. So it's going green because primarily we got blue and yellow there. We'll bring in our warm red. So when we, maybe it's again just worth just quickly pointing out that when we're making, to make a black, we take our cool blue, cool yellow, we mix this to make a very vibrant green, right? The opposite of green on the color wheel is red. And specifically if we take our cool green and mix it with a warm red, those colors cancel each other out and make a black in the middle of our color wheel. So I just think this is absolute magic that this can happen. So I think this is still a little bit on the blue side. I'm going to take a bit more red, because I want this to be a little, if it's very hard to mix a perfect black. It always comes out maybe a little bit green, a little bit purple, a little bit brown, because, you know, we're not using measuring cups or anything to do this. So that looks pretty good as like a black. I think I'm going to use that, but maybe I'm going to make it just a little bit more brown. So I'm going to actually take a little bit of warm yellow, warm red, and make it a bit more of a brownish color here. Again, I could just use all black and white to do this painting, but man, some of these brushes are in rough shape. The painting I did last week, Alex Colville, I think I really treated these brushes pretty harsh. Okay. So let's say generally when I do this, I really, later on, am grateful for having done this little bit of extra work. It does take up a little bit of extra time. But You know, sometimes a little bit of extra time at the beginning of a painting can save you hours later on, right? So, you know, part of like sometimes when people talk about like underpainting, they might say that they just begin like this. They might combine the Imprimatura and the underpainting all into one step. So as I said, often this does seem like a bit of needless busy work, but later on I often feel like, oh, I'm glad I have just a little bit of, you know, a marker as to where some things are. Okay. I think that's probably good enough for right now. So let's go to the next step. Okay, so now that we've got the underpainting kind of roughly kind of done very quickly, let's work on the background and get some color or details in the background. Now there's not a lot of stuff in here. It's kind of ambiguous as to what we're actually looking at. So we have a lot of room to kind of play back here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to maybe mix a cool brown here. I'm going to take my cool red, cool yellow, So this is, you know, I just made a warmer brown up here, and here's my cooler brown. Well, it's actually, this is basically my, I made a warm orange and added black to it. So it's actually kind of even a little bit more similar to this color, because a lot of the colors that are in black are in here. So it's not quite a fair comparison between a warm and a cool brown, but I want that, because that's going to also work well in the background. And let's put a bit of white. Make that a bit more of a gray. Matte medium just to thin it down a bit. You know what? I think I do something a little bit different there. So let's take this. Definitely a little more purpley appearing there. It's okay. We can modify these things ad infinitum. So maybe let's do a little bit of that. Let's take just a little bit of the darker brown. A little bit of black in here. Actually, you know what? I'm going to blow dry that. This is just sort of the lighter brown I was just using earlier, but just taking a rag and just smooth it. We'll try that again. I'm just going to keep on adding a little bit of nuance here. So I'm just sort of, again, just darkening. There's like little shadows in the... I'm going to blow dry one more time, and then I think I might move to the foreground. Just want to just get a little bit darker. It's obviously always easier to do all this stuff now while we've got this paint all mixed up. And so what I'm just doing with the rag, I'm just kind of softening up edges. I'm obviously doing this very quickly. And my brush is relatively dry to the point where just right there I actually seem to kind of like wipe a little bit of paint away. Which meant that I didn't blow dry that entirely properly, which is just because I'm going kind of fast. One thing I kind of like having a bit of a vignette where it's, you know, if there's a little bit darker around the edges, it pulls the attention towards the center. Maybe that's good. Maybe if I do want to darken that, I can do a little bit of darkening. I could even glaze that later. But I think, you know, you can probably see why having a little bit of those outlines is helpful. Like, you know, part of this gun where I did my lines, I can very clearly see where the shape of the gun is, but, you know, where I didn't do the barrel up here, you know, that's going to mean I have to do a little bit of guesswork there. Okay, let's just blow dry this. I mean, that makes me happy right there. I mean, I feel that space. It looks to me like he's probably standing, you know, he's in some photo studio, which is how the vast majority of photos are taken at this period of time because of the primitive nature of film. And so he's probably standing in a room. Maybe it's even potentially, sometimes those studios would be open. They might have a skylight or even be right on the street to get as much bright light facing it. And then there's some sort of backdrop, maybe a big piece of fabric. And this is probably some sort of piece of metal, maybe. like a giant reflector piece of aluminum or something, sheet metal that is intended to kind of maybe bounce light back into the scene. I'm not sure what these shadow shapes are here, or if that's just, well, they're so precise that if this was because we do see some of his, yeah, because it looks like maybe the light is coming in from the right, because we got these shadows on his shoes here. So the light's probably coming onto this sheet that is bouncing light maybe back into the scene here. Anyway, but I mean, there is, yeah, because on his face we do see a little bit of a reflected, obviously the majority of the light's on the right side, or I guess technically his left side, but yeah. Okay, so now that we've got the background well established, let's go in and start painting the figure of Billy the Kid himself. And so we're going to use a warm brown. So we'll mix up a warm brown, and that's going to give us a little bit of more of a distinction between the cool brown in the background, because they're going to be slightly different browns, and the warm colors want to advance and cool colors want to recede. Now, one might say, well, you're cheating because this photograph is supposedly black and white or sepia. And to my response is, so what? I'm making a painting. I can use whatever colors I want. We could have used, this could be all done in pink monochromes, right? I also always, I get in the back of my mind, think that these are also not just for me to have fun painting things that I like, but also could serve as useful lessons for other people painting. So by recreating this as a painting, we do have some advantages where we can, use warm and cool colors in a way that photography just wouldn't be able to do. All right, so let's mix a warm brown. Let's take our warm yellow, warm red, make a nice orange, and let's bring some warm blue over here. So obviously, we start with an orange, and the more blue we put in here, the darker this is going to get. So now let's take some white. So I'm now kind of converting this brown into a bit of a gray. Too much in there. I should have just done that separately, but So I'm always, when I do this, I kind of just like to mix up a few different versions while I'm going, just so that I have as many options as possible. Because sometimes I mix a color on my palette, and within seconds I'm like, oh, that's too dark, too light. So now here, before I clean a brush, I have a few different colors I can go into, because colors always look different on a palette than they do on a painting, because when they're on the painting, they're now surrounded by other colors, and that will it will make the colors appear differently. The colors doesn't change, but they appear to change when the context changes. So where should we go first here? Let's well, my instinct was going to go right to the face, but one of the things that I often think is it might be a better idea to start with a part of the body that is maybe one of the last things that people are going to look at. So maybe like the vest or armpits, pants, boots. That way I can kind of get a little bit closer to, that I can work out any sort of issues with my colors before I get to the place that's most important. Or at least that's what I would suggest to anybody watching, right? So let's go right to these boots there. So let's go to the other thing too, like when I'm looking at that, I'm going to squint my eyes and look at those boots and think to myself, are those boots lighter or darker than the background? So they appear to be a little bit lighter. Now I probably am going to darken the background here again anyway, so I probably can afford to go fairly dark. And people always ask, like, should I go dark first and then go light, or should I go light and then go dark? And there are artists who do both. My instinct is always to kind of go not to my darkest value, but to closer to my darkest value, and then go closer to my lightest value. That way I still have a little extra range on either side, in case I don't quite get it right the first time, because I always tell myself there's no pressure in getting it right the first time. Let's just get into the zone, and then we can lighten or darken. We've got a little bit of flexibility. That way I don't have to like repaint things too many times. I'm also just going to keep my outline handy, because sometimes it's good for me to refer to those things. I also want to do, if I can, preserve a little bit of this color that I originally used. In the same way, I'm going to have a bit of it here, or sorry, like on the side. Here, I want to keep a bit of that. Obviously, as we get up into these pants here, it's pretty hard to see, you know, what is really going on here. So I'm just kind of making up a bit of this. So if you watch my drawing course, we talk about like areas where fabric is going to kind of wrap and pinch. So we're going to see that kind of at the bottom of the pants and by the crotch here, knees, that kind of thing. I got my lights going crazy. There's the ghost of Billy the Kid. Okay. Oh, also maybe just let's just look at this clothing. So his pants are going to be fairly dark. His blazer is going to be much lighter, almost basically the color of the background. Or not blazer, I guess vest. And then he's got like a big sweater over top, which is lighter, but not as dark as this. So maybe I'm going to go to my other around here. Let's go to the other sleeve here. I'm going to take that color. Let's go a little bit more. Put a bit of this color with a bit more warm red. So, you know, yes, I'm using a bunch of colors. Is that cheating when I'm painting something quote-unquote black and white? Maybe, I guess, maybe. But the other thing, too, is I can, as I progress on this painting, I could obliterate some of this color. I probably will get rid of some of it. It's helpful for me at this point just to see what that could look like, and then I can get rid of it if I don't want to, right? I can really minimize the saturation of these colors. Maybe I'm going to use this same kind of reddish color, reddish brown. I mean, these are all very similar colors, but when the palette is so limited like that, the colors really seem to pop. They look very different. What else kind of... Oh, let's put a bit of this on his cuffs. What if we make a brown that is a lot of blue in there? Okay, now what kind of color do I want to use for the face if I'm doing this kind of stuff? Maybe I'll go for a little peachy quality. Maybe just like a skin tone, but just make it a bit more gray. So let's take black. Oops, sorry. So I made I took my warm yellow, my warm red. I mixed a bit of a gray, and so I'm taking a bit of that gray and white. So my black and white to make a gray, and I'm kind of putting that into this color. So it gives me just a bit of a, you know, maybe closer to an actual skin tone for sure. I mean, that is almost indistinguishable from the initial color that I painted in the background. So I'm just going to paint a little bit of that. Let's do these hands. Let's darken this down ever so slightly. So I just took, I should have explained that. I just took, so the color I had just mixed, which was maybe a little bit too close to the background color, and I just mixed a little bit of my other browns in here just to get something a little bit darker. Still not really dark enough to show up. Let's just keep on darkening. Just getting there. One brush stroke at a time. Lolly says, don't forget to hit the like button, everybody. I appreciate that. You're the best, Lolly. take a bit of matte medium and some of this darker color I used for the pants. So except for maybe a few small areas, I'm going over top of all of these pants, darkening that down. It's also kind of the colors are all kind of starting, you know, now I'm muting them, getting rid of some of the kind of the more brighter aspects of them. And we've been painting for just about an hour, and that's where we're at, right? That's pretty satisfying. Okay, so the internal debate in my mind is, do I want to brighten anything up, or should I go to darkening? Because I could then start right now going into basically black into I could start glazing or literally painting black in here. Before I go black, I want to do just a little bit of lightening. Like, for instance, the gun here. So this is an area where, you know, if I was not in such a hurry, you know, I'm kind of disappointed with myself for losing that line. So let's solve this problem. Now if I look at... Let's get a pencil. Take it. Yikes, I actually, this very sharp pencil kind of actually scratched the surface instead of drawing, so that's a kind of a stupid thing I just did. But I guess I can see where that line goes now, I guess, right? Now, I know nothing about guns, so I probably So what I like, and I'm not sure how well it's coming across on camera, but in person, this color, which is sort of like the warm version of the Imprimatura that I put down here, because remember I used a kind of a cool brown. This one is just, it's a little bit warmer, and it appears to come forward a little bit, even between these two here. So I might even use a little bit of this like on the face and hands as a highlight. So maybe let's do that now. In fact, I also think maybe I should just make a bit of a bigger batch of it. Oops. So I had maybe, and it's not going to be precisely exactly accurate. It's just my warm yellow and warm blue, a little bit of white, maybe a tiny bit of my black. That might have been too much. You know, if you don't get the color you like, just remix it again to the side. That might have been a bit too much. Let's just kind of wipe a bit of that away. It's always a fine line. Just need more white here. Just to dull that down so it's not quite so. I think that's probably closer. And obviously this would be different for each person, depending on how you're painting the painting. Okay. I'm pleased with where we're at. This is a really interesting challenge to paint this painting like this. And so this is, I'm sort of making things up as I go along. Story of my life. Another thing too with this painting is I keep looking at things, let's say, around his shirt here, and it's like some of these details, are those just scratches in the film, or is that something hanging around his shirt, like a necklace of some kind? Is it like a pocket watch or something? You know, obviously there's this big, looks almost like a big fingerprint or something right here, or some kind of stain. Okay, I think this is the time to do anything in the background if I want to do any more in the background. So let's go to... Okay, this would be the time where if I want to do anything in the background, I probably should do it now or forever hold my peace. So let's, because now that I've got the foreground kind of established, let's go back to the background. If I want to do any darkening in here, this is the time to do it. So, we still have, this is the paint I used for the background. So I'm going to add just a little bit of black in here. I want to be careful about putting too much black into my background. I want to reserve as much black as possible for the foreground. Don't like how that looks. Oh, it kind of looks better when I paint and then wipe that away. So let's do that. Barbara says 3:12 in the morning here. I'm just looked in to see how the painting's going. It's brilliant as usual. Off to sleep now. Good night, Barbara. And I think there's a few other people that signed off. I think there's Pascaline went to bed earlier. So right now that makes everything, it really isolates that figure. Now we're going to use some warmer blacks and put those along his pants and everything, which is going to make the definition between his body and the background very ambiguous. As well, as ambiguous as we want. We can make it just clear, or you know, but you know, the photo, I guess it's just one of those things. You look at the photo and you think like, well, do we want to... The photo is in miserable shape. So do we want to clarify things or keep things the way they are? I think I'm a little bit always inclined to try to help and clarify things a bit. But I feel great about that background now. I feel really good about that. Okay, that's great. Okay, so the other thing too is I'm going to reserve this area at the bottom for foreground. So if I want to do any blacks down here, I want to mix them with warmer colors. Just because this, I mean, technically that area right at the very bottom is the closest thing to us. So it should have the warmest colors of anything in this painting. And if there's black, we'd want it to be like pure black right out of the tube. I mean, it would be going right here. So that's why I like mixing my own black so that everything kind of stays in its right place. And if I really feel like something needs to leap forward, then I've got a black tube of paint and we can use that. Okay. Let's blow dry all of this. Move on here in a second. I gotta squeeze the last little drop of caffeine out of that tea bag. Okay, we're doing great, and especially with time. I've been paying for an hour and a half or so, and that's where we're at. So, really, what we want to do is, I think, start darkening the figure of Billy the Kid in the foreground here, and really putting in some black. Like we've got right now in this painting, we've got a lot of mid values. In the background, we've got a pretty good contrast between light and dark. That's what makes some, like for instance, these shapes really pop, right? Or the contrast between these areas. So this, we see kind of a nice, the space in here I think is well developed. And once this figure starts, we get some darker, warmer colors in here, he's just gonna leap forward. So it's, you know, it's worth just sort of looking at the painting right now. Because even, let's say, these blacks right here, that actually seems to almost, if you can ignore the figurative element here and just see these as just shapes, that black kind of is coming forward. Black wants to come forward just like saturated colors. But once we get a much darker black on here, I think that'll be great. So let's where do we want to start here? I think let's go back down to the boots. And what colors was I using? You know, I just realized I was actually putting warm colors in the background. In that last pass. No wonder it really does leap forward, but we will just have to outgun it with even more. I mean, let's mix up a bit more brown here over here. So I'm going to take I'm taking warm blue, mixing it into my black and brown. Now it's not as dark as my actual black could be, and I'll probably use a little bit of that as kind of like finishing touches. I mean, I do wonder if I should darken those pants even more before I do this. So I got some fluid here. Let's just take a bit of that brown. So basically what I've just been doing is just taking a brown and going back over and maybe unifying a little bit of the browns. I might have kind of gone a little bit wild with these different variations of brown. So just kind of, you know, adding one brown kind of over top and kind of just bringing them all closer together. Sandra says, "Go, Michael. It looks amazing so far. Better than the original photo. LOL." Well, that's very kind. I don't know if I agree, but that's very sweet of you, Sandra. I appreciate that. Okay. So, let's take our dark color. Let's zoom in. Okay. Oops, my head's in the way here. So, you know, even at this, you know, you can see how, you know, the canvas still has all that texture. So you can see how, as I'm brushing over, it's not going into all the little pockets. And had I painted this on a canvas right out of the packaging, this situation would be even more obvious. In fact, maybe I'm going to take a bit of matte medium, take my black, this is just a little bit sticky, and mix that in there just to give a little more fluidity, because that fluidity will also help me get into those, into the canvas a bit more. Now it means it's also a little bit more transparent. It will look a little bit more gray for a few moments until it dries, but So also, obviously, I'm kind of making up some stuff here because the pants are kind of covered by, I mean, it could be, you know, that this area here, that could be part of the pants, like a big fold, but it's more likely some sort of damage to the photograph, right? Like that mustache on the gun there, that's probably part of the damage as well, and rather than a gun stash. I mean, that could be the key to the whole Billy the Kid story there, but not likely. So actually, you know, using my matte medium here and applying that to my black is great because it makes the paint more transparent, more fluid, easier to paint with. It fills up the spots, the little weave of the canvas. But also because it's transparent, it keeps some of the color underneath popping through. So it's not like I'm just obliterating whatever was there before. It stays there, but just gets sort of muted a little bit. It should be obvious as well that I'm taking a number of liberties here with the way that I paint this, as always. And it's not at all important to me that I get the folds exactly the same, as long as we sort of feel the, there's the same sort of general impression. Okay, now I'm taking actual black, or not actual black, but some of my black from down here where I mixed some brown into it, and just going back over a few places. Kind of looking at the shape of his shoulders here, just seeing if they're relatively similar. Kind of want to, I don't want him to look meek and have tiny, like, the shoulders being too sloped down, but I also don't want them to be too outrageously big, like some kind of crazy superhero kind of thing. So you could see how the paint has been slowly building up around the brush there, right? So just wiping that off occasionally to clean that. let's go work on the gun for a little bit. Lolly says, oh yeah, that dark color just takes it up a whole other level. Gonna look so good once this is finished. I can't wait to see the end result after all the subtle layers. Thank you, Lolly. I appreciate that. Okay. I mean, I kind of like the gun like that. One thing I don't like, and it's super subtle, is this is the from the floor in behind, kind of crossing right over top of the barrel of that gun. I could find that a little distracting, so I want to do my best to kind of obscure that a bit. I had it there, didn't I? Okay, I think I gotta let that breathe for a bit. Okay, let's just take a second here just to see how things are going when my nose isn't right over the surface of this painting. So I just painted out a little bit of the, or not painted out, but just muted a bit of these folds here by his crotch that seem to be really pointing unnecessarily there, right? Just kind of bringing too much attention there. I might have overdone it with folds on his pants. So it's hard to know, like the pants, I have no idea what kind of pants he was wearing. His pants might have been like really thick. I mean, I think this is well, it's possible he was wearing jeans, but it's probably even more likely that they were like a canvas, like a really thick kind of pair of pants that don't, you know, wrinkle as much. Okay. So, I think I'm going to go to new. So what I want to do now is I want to spend a little bit. Really, there's a bunch of little details like buttons on his jacket, etc. Those are little finishing touches I'll do here shortly, but I think really it's hands and face next. So I'm just going to blow dry everything because I just noticed I'm kind of getting some stuff all over the place, so... Okay, so as I said, we're going to tackle the face and hands next. Let's go right to the face. Kind of an old painter's trick is if your brush kind of splays out what I'm doing here. I'm spinning it in between my fingers. I'm using a little bit of spit to help. That can help kind of restore the point a bit. Obviously, you don't want there to be paint on there. You want the brush to be as clean as possible. There is the speculation that one of the things that caused the I guess mental deterioration of Van Gogh would have been him doing that same sort of thing, but with oil paints that were much more toxic 150 years ago. Anyway, let's okay, well, let me just think, how do I want to do this? I guess I might just go right to, just continue doing what I was just doing with the black, really, I think that's just all I'll do. Because that's so far quite successful. Maybe I'll put a little bit more matte medium in here, just so I can get a little bit more subtlety. here's my black for the first time anywhere in this painting here. Just all by itself. I think it's just the universe just reminding me to take a little bit of a break, right? Get a brown back in here. Do I have any brown left? This is just the black with a little bit of, or with, well, maybe more than just a little bit of matte medium in there to soften the intensity. Let's get a tiny bit of yellow, red, warm yellow and red, a bit of white. A lot of this paint is starting to kind of seize up a bit. So for the eyes, and do I want to put these little teeth in here? That might be okay. I mean, obviously he doesn't look exactly like him, but that's okay. It's apparently he had kind of a bit of a pronounced Adam's apple, so let's see if we can get just a little bit. I kind of like that. It's definitely, he looks different, but that's okay. That's totally okay. And Lolly, you're sweet. Lolly says, it's perfect. I love the face. Don't do much more to it because it's really perfect. Okay, thank you. These hands, it's tricky. Okay. Blow dry that. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay. Let's take some black. Let's put the black. And we'll do a bit of outlining. I have to come back here with some highlight there. Let's take a bit of our highlight. dilute it, but wake it up with a bit of matte medium. So I felt like I had to kind of bring out that holster a little bit more. Even though obviously in the original it's, you know, it's much more obscure, but as I have often said, sometimes you gotta paint it wrong in order to make it look right. Now, it looks like he's got a big ring on here, doesn't he? Oh yeah, let's get, maybe while we're here, let's start doing a few little touches. Okay, well, while that's going on, I'm going to blow dry this. Okay, I've got to fix that finger a bit there. Okay. Let's do these bullets. In fact, actually, maybe let's do... Okay, we're at the home stretch here. Just final small little details to wrap up this painting. I'm feeling pretty good with the way it is so far. Yeah, it's basically what I'm thinking right now is just maybe darkening a few more things. Maybe, I don't even know if I need any more highlights, just to kind of increase that contrast, or make it even more subtle in the darker areas, because obviously this original photograph is very dark. The limitations of photography, not so surprising, right? Kathy says, I'm stopping now. His pants look painted like army camouflage. LOL. Yeah, it can be kind of tricky doing those pants and getting the folds. You know, I might have overdid it. I mean, I think it looks okay, but just in terms of authenticity, I think his pants were probably made of a bit of a stiffer fabric that's not wrinkling so much. And I wonder, too, with down by his ankles, you know, it's possible that this might have been like a fabric that might be... Oh, are those tall... Maybe those are tall boots. I thought they might have been shorter... I guess those are, you know, cowboy boots, but sometimes it's hard to tell. Like, because sometimes, you know, if you think of like World War I, they had boots, but then they would also wrap, like, not gauze, but it's like a fabric, so basically to help prevent water from getting into the boots. So I wonder if some things, like, it's just the photograph is so blurry that I can't make any sense out of what I'm looking at there. Anyway, let's proceed with just a little bit more black. Again, now I'm just really going directly to black. I do have to be kind of careful that I don't overdo it, because I want to keep it relatively subtle here. Before I did that, I wanted to... I just need a little bit for the trigger. little bit of a highlight for the trigger here. I know it's not super visible, but let's get a bit more matte medium in here. Just want to take that color but make it just a little bit more transparent. There's Akaru. It says still on the beginner's lectures. And Sanju says, yo, Michael. Yo, Sanju. Nice to see you. Oh yeah, let's do some buttons now. Sandju says, can I use oil paint to do the same painting? I mean, all your paintings on acrylic? Is it the same principle using oil as medium? I'd say, yeah, 95%. Yeah, you could absolutely use oil paint to do all of this. In some instances, oil paint would be easier than acrylic, and in some instances, oil paint would be more difficult. It just depends. Like, you know, some of the stuff where you could see me using the blow dryer, you can't really use the blow dryer to speed up the drying time of an oil painting much. You can a little bit, because the heat will make the oil cure a bit, but really time is just your best friend when it comes to oil paint. I don't know, I think I could be done here. Was I thinking about doing any shadows with warm colors in the foreground? Let's just take a moment to... I could do kind of a warm brown down here, brush that in. Let's do that, and if it doesn't work out, then I'll just wipe it away and we'll be done. But sometimes it's nice just to, you know, there's no reason why not to experiment, and I got a little bit of paint left over, so... Okay. Where did my rag go? So I like that. I'm going to blow dry that, and let's just see if I want to do even more of it. Let's do a little bit more. I'm going to put this into his trousers and shoes as well. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know if that was necessary. It does mean that I'm probably going to have to go back and just put a little bit more black back over top of some of that. Just when you think you're done, they pull you back in. There's a mouse in the house again. I can hear him making some sounds. I thought we had a deal. I thought that once summer came around, you'd get out of the house and you'd go and frolic in the sunshine and get eaten by a cat and you'd leave me alone. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, I mean, it's different than the original. but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, there's things like I've painted a bit, you know, like a zipper fly or some kind of fly on his pants. It's entirely possible that pants back then didn't have any kind of zipper there. You just unbuckle your pants, pull them down if you had to go. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm not that well acquainted with pants of the past. Pants of the past. That'll be my new podcast. Pants of the past. So, you know, kind of like just adding more and more black, you know, it's similar to what Thomas Kincaid would talk about with adding white. That's, you kind of just want to keep on adding more and more. I feel like that's starting, those pants kind of look a little funny. Those are the most wrinkled pants I've ever painted. Okay. Can we walk away from that? Okay. So we're at that stage of the painting where we're going to take a look at side by side, see how we did, and give a little self-evaluation here. So before we do so, just of course remind people to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, comment on videos. Kathy and Lolly are awesome superheroes. Often they go back and comment on previous episodes. Even if you're just saying, this is an episode I'd love to do one day. This looked great. I really liked how this painting turned out. Or, yeah, I'm not such a fan of how that, you know, any comment is a good comment when it comes to YouTube here for helping to build an audience. And the conversation. If you want to support the channel with a small donation as little as $1 or 50 cents or $50 million, PayPal is your best friend. Super Chat, maybe less so. And Great ways. You can also send an e-transfer through email or good old-fashioned check in the mail. All the links in the description below, including the link to the Facebook group and my website where you can find ways to contact me. Of course, take a photograph of the artwork you created, upload it to the Facebook group so that we can celebrate your achievement, because in a couple of weeks we are going to do another feedback episode, and there's a lot of stuff that's up there on the Facebook group. So if you want to participate in that, or you want to do a painting that we might be talking about upcoming soon, you want to do that ASAP. So here we are, our two images of the famous outlaw Billy the Kid, Henry McCarty, as he was as his birth name, and I think those turned out pretty good. You know, I think maybe on camera some of the warm red that I added towards the the warm brown I put down here on his pants down there seems a little excessive. It seems a little bit bright. It's not quite so strong in person, but the camera, I did, this camera above has, I think, like 3% higher reds in there, just so that my hands don't look quite so pale with all this bright light in here. So that often affects the paintings. I don't think, but I think that's okay. I think that's good. Let's maybe just zoom in now and just see how they look up close. Okay, maybe let's work our way down to the bottom. Or to the top. We'll start at these pants. You know, again, I'm having to try to see details where I just can't see, or I'm really inventing details. You know, maybe I should have painted cowboy boots there rather than maybe the pants overlapping the boots. I don't know. I kind of left it a bit ambiguous here. Same thing with the rifle, this Winchester rifle. You know, I guess I was thinking at some point today, maybe I should just look up rifles and I'll see if I can kind of get some. And you're like, you know what? Is it really important? I don't know. I mean, now even as I look at this, I'm like, what is this little thing here? What is that, like just a rag, or I don't know, a snake or something? You know, you start noticing little details in there. Let's just look at these shadows here while I'm down here. I don't know what those things, I assume they're shadows, but you know, I'm happy with the way they turned out. I think there's something kind of strange and about them that I'm just going to choose to keep there. On the bottom right corner, there's kind of a big empty space. You know, I could probably have put something here, I don't know, a jug of beer or whiskey or something, just to be fun. That, you know, if that's something that appeals to you, feel free to be playful. There could be a dog down there. I did say that my old friend and from junior high at the time, him and I saw that movie Young Guns together in the theaters back in '88, and he became such a big fan. He bought his parents bought him a dog. We were like 11 years old at the time, and he named it Billy, and then has since named his first son Billy. We were such a fan of those films. Okay, how about like the chest here. Obviously those hands, you know, doing any kind of hand at this scale, you know, like where that's my fingernail, is really tricky. I feel like I did a reasonable good job there. Same thing with that hand there. It kind of looks like he's got a glove on, or a little cartoony. I also exaggerated and made more clear his pistol in his holster there. Like, it looks kind of like in the photograph that holster is actually maybe even behind his thumb. I just sort of twisted it that way just so that it maybe was a little bit more visible. I always, as I say, sometimes you got to do it wrong to make it right. I would say probably the most successful part of this painting for me is the clothing on top here. I like how all that turned out. My instinct to use slightly different browns here, I think, works well. You know, it was a little bit more extreme earlier on, and then I've kind of subsequently kind of evened it back out. But I think starting more extreme, you know, because I had kind of like a warmish yellow, and then kind of a bluish, very, very subtle bluish green, and then a reddish green. So I had kind of like these just to kind of separate them. And I think starting a little more extreme and then tamping things down is probably easier anyway, and I think it might be better long term. Again, I wasn't sure what all of this stuff was on his shirt, or if that's part of the photograph, or what, you know, these, I mean, that could be a pattern. Like, is this a necklace of something? Maybe. I mean, the more I look at it, it looks like it's some part of his clothes there, but I don't know what that is. So I just simplified it, just got rid of it. Sometimes those kinds of things can really get in the way of a painting, so I think getting rid of that is... and then the face, his face looks, you know, in mine, he appears to be sort of looking over my left shoulder, whereas in the photograph, he's looking right at us. In the photograph, he's got maybe a little bit more of a defiant look, whereas here, he's a little bit more, looks a little scared. He looks a little, he looks maybe even younger, not quite as sort of rough, and maybe even a little bit thinner. But I don't mind that. I think it all kind of worked out well. You know, even just like this, you know, I was very careful with the hair, kind of this very, because his hair is dark, but it's also right underneath a dark brimmed hat. So all of that little subtle stuff, I think, pays off, especially when we look closer. You know, I also, as I was painting, you know, I kept looking at how the background was done, and, you know, maybe there's sometimes times where I want the background to be, you know, maybe a little bit cleaner and more unified, versus here you can see all those brush strokes, but I kind of think it adds something to this painting. It makes it just look a little bit more expressive, or, as you know, we would say more painterly, which sometimes is a good thing, sometimes not. It all just depends on what we're going for. So let's just back out one more time. We made it to the end, folks. There we go. Another one bites the dust. Thank you, everyone, for joining me today. I'm depending on the way the schedule works out this week, I might have an opportunity to do another painting on Thursday. We'll see. Join the Facebook group and hit the notification bell here on YouTube, so you know any upcoming surprise episodes that may be taking place. Until then, have a great night, everybody. Enjoy your the rest of your week here in Vancouver. It's a bit of a heat wave, so get out there, get to the beach, enjoy the sun while we have it. Okay. Good night, everybody.